All right. Shoot. I'm gonna talk a little bit, maybe. I was just chatting it up in my Discord. If you're on my Discord, by the way, I'm setting up a voice chat room so people can talk. But given as how lots of people, including myself, suffer from social anxiety, we shall see if anyone actually joins it later. Okay, Silver Knight, hi there. Scud, yo, what up, man? 255 pop. Yes and no. This is more of a sketch. So, uh, what I'm doing today is I'm drawing out all of the keys for the intro. Let me show you what I got. It's gonna run a little slow right now since it hasn't rendered these out yet. Um, so I'm drawing out the keys for this initial opening so I can hand them off to my animator. Yeah, I actually got myself an animator who can help pick up the slack. So I'm gonna knock out all the keys today, hand them off to him, and then I'm gonna start coloring the main section. So I won't talk too much. I'm gonna probably just get straight to work. But I will have my typical music playing. Let me go ahead and get that started. Hello. I'll talk for a little bit in case anyone wants to ask any questions or whatever. I'm gonna keep drawing in the meantime. If you're coming from my Discord, hello. I'm gonna get something set up for you guys over there. I actually just gave it a try this morning. Unfortunately, I had no idea what I was doing, and I was mostly just getting aggravated because I'm like, what the hell is this? So, yeah. So, good morning, Achiemi? Or, howdy? Akiame? Oh man, that's gonna be a tough one. Sport, how you doing? Oh, Sage. Chelavera, hey, you made it. Part of me thought you didn't want to come. Hello, Sayori, welcome back. Yep, new stream. It's for my new cartoon that I'm making. I'm trying to get all the keys for this one done so I can hand them off to my animator. I've actually got some help for this one. El Fricolumbiano. Hello. Fricolumbiano. Hello again. Hey, Freddy. Chelavera, you wrote hell nah in the Discord chat. I think you meant to write hell yeah, but you might have put an N on accident. I was like, damn. Yeah, sorry if it's been a little while. I don't stream as much as I used to. My job, well, obviously I can't stream during my job. But yeah, I'm gonna be drawing this intro for a little while. So you'll have to bear with me if I have some bouts of silence because I'm doing a lot of key drawings today. I'm trying to hand them off to someone. Nope, no job stream. Today is my day off, sucker. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing here right now. Although I do have something I gotta attend to today at 4-ish my time. This one's gonna look a little weird because it's an in-between. So right now she's doing like a full like turnaround because she's gonna notice like a little bit of a threat behind her. Briefcase is gonna become. So I'm trying to get these tie downs, or not tie down. I'm trying to get these keys tied down, so that way I can hand them off to my in-between animator. However, if I hand it off to him and they're look a little unclear, he's gonna be confused, and then it'll make his job a little harder. So if I hand him off a bunch of finished keys with all of the shapes where they need to be, it's a lot less guesswork on his end. Rev up those fryers, cause I am sure hungry for one. Help! My leg! What's going on, Tiger? Honestly, the my leg thing from SpongeBob is like probably one of my favorite sounds in all of humanity. It's probably one of my favorite sound bites ever. I hate the fact that they pardon my language. I hate the fact they ruined it. I saw some clips where they kind of leaned way too far into it. And they made it like a whole thing, like an episode or something, and it's like, bro, just shut up. It's a gag. It's not supposed to be like a major thing. Tiger, our wet fan thinks. Sorry, this is literally just a singular. Yeah, Tiger, I don't know. That's something that YouTube added. I have no idea what the hell this is. It's like if you show up first, you're like a #1 fan or something. Or like if you show up second or what. I genuinely have no idea. So yeah, it appears you all are being ranked now. That's a surefire way to sow camaraderie and not division. It's part of the reason MySpace was so awesome. We get to just rank your friends. I'm willing to wager a few of you weren't actually around for that. Okay. So this is a in-between, or this isn't really an in-between, it's more of a breakdown that only lasts like 1 frame, so I'm not gonna go too ham on it. As long as the overall shape is like okay. Okay. So what are we yapping about? We're yapping about the SpongeBob my leg gag getting turned into something lame. At least that's what I was talking about. This is gonna be weird. I'm just trying to get her mouth to have like basic sort of shape here. There we go. So let's get her glasses. There. So here's for the bottom. Gonna be resting on her cheek, give or take. Okay, so they're gonna kind of come across. Okay. My wife's in the other room watching Alfred Hitchcock Presents. She took the day off today. She's not feeling too good. Freddie, I'm doing good. How are you? Yeah, I've been good. I'm working. In the middle of some projects. Yeah. Planning to take a little bit of a trip here soon. Alright, let's see how this looks in motion. Alright, you can barely see it, but that's okay. Let's... Alright, so the whole point for right now is to draw these main drawings right here, so that way my in-betweener can do all the stuff in between. Knock that all out. Frick Colombiano, how so? If it looks similar, I mean, to be fair, like, I am the guy animating it. It's gonna look a little similar because it's my animation style, you know? Okay, let's see. I might need to... It's missing something. Let's see. I really don't need to go... Let's see. Doesn't look... Yeah, I could take that. Here, I'll put that right there, actually. All right. Yeah, the jet one. I was really game for that one because I had a lot of money to spend. I was gonna hire a few animators to help out. Unfortunately, I got kind of cold clocked with some financial stuff, and I had to drop it. I had to pick something a little less ambitious. So I apologize for that. Um, I really was trying to get that one going. However, life kind of came at me. You know, sometimes you just gotta kind of roll with it. You know? Okay, so this is fine. I'll come do tie downs. Wait for this in just a second. I gotta get her. Yeah. All right. There we go. Good. Yeah. Good. All right. So, boom. There. That works. Let's move on. So, okay. This is a little fun. We got a little bit of antagonistic action going on here. So if you could see right now, we've got a few different characters on screen. So this is part of my Patreon benefit. But this is also just me want to have a little bit of fun. So I've got 4 characters on here who are going to be sort of acting as Jen's foils, her antagonists. So obviously, I've got my own little dude right here. The weird Ushanka kid himself. He's gonna be having let's see, where's my goons lair? Here we go. He's got his own little thing going on with Hulk hands. So he's gonna be like, you know, we're gonna beat you up, you know what I mean? And he's got his like Hulk hands ready to fight. Yeah, the goddamn sandbag, he's back. He's out for payback. For the assault that took place in the couple of cartoons ago. He's got his little bandage right there to cover up his gaping sand wound. And he's sporting the winter hat now to, you know, suggest or to illustrate his allegiance. And obviously he's got his shank. So, this is the buff dude who you saw in the Wasp animatic. I'm calling him tentatively the weird Ushanka cousin. So WUC. And he's just super buff. So he's like this guy. He's like this guy's cousin, but like a big Slavic, you know, vodka drinking cousin from the St. Petersburg, you know. So you know he's calling in the big Ivan Drago help from Russia, you know. And then this right here is gonna be this ignore this dude right now. I'm gonna be drawing one of my patrons is online personas ready to kick Jen's ass. I'm not ready to talk about that yet. I haven't started to draw it. So together they're called the Winter Hat Warriors. Damn. Sorry, it's a little early here, and I didn't wake up that long ago. How does one shank without hands? Fucking, I don't know, cartoons? Fucking power of friendship, I don't know. So, I believe I already have this one drawn out. Alright, so I'm going to skip over that then. I believe... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I gave these to my guy already. So, done. Okay, so all of this one's done already. So I'll leave that blank for now. I'm leaving them blank because they were already done. So I have my animator draw these out already to see how they would do, and they did great. So why the hell are these legs here? Oh, I know what these are. When I was reworking the leg section of the cartoon, I was trying to sketch out what the hell her legs should look like, and this is just kind of a leftover. It's the freaking green lady. I wonder if I should make my dude talk, and if we should have a Russian accent. I want to imagine he just doesn't talk, like he gets across his point with just a look. I don't know. All right. Let's keep going. Excuse me. All right. So yeah, this one's done already. This one too is done. Wait, no, it isn't. So hang on. I believe this one's done. Yeah. Okay. So this one needs a little bit of work. Luckily, though, it doesn't need a whole lot. So I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna cheat a little bit here. I'm not gonna redraw this part. I'm just gonna blow this one up. I don't usually like to do this, but I am going to anyway. So I'm having her raise the bag a little bit as it zooms in, so that way it briefly suggests her conducting an action. You'll notice in your eye the shapes moving. I know the hand looks a little weird, but as quick as it's moving, your eye is not going to pick up on it. You'll pick up on it if you are genuinely looking for it, but like, why, what, like, what are you looking for that for, dude? You usually don't have a reason. It's my job to look around for the things that don't work. Alright, so here's her. Yeah, you watch a lot of cartoons, you'll notice quite a lot of that going on. I don't know a single animator who doesn't take liberties like that. See, look. We watch this thing in motion. Here's what your eye picks up on is what is the overall shape of her posture. Upon very first glance, it just looks like she's kind of slowly raising the bag, which is the point. It bleeds into each other. So I'm gonna leave this part for my in-betweener. Absolutely. Cheat the camera. You cheat wherever you can. Like, I know it's cheating and all, but like the thing is, one thing I learned when I was directing is you don't got a lot of time. Not a lot of us have a lot of time to do everything we want to do, man. Sometimes you got to move quickly, and you got to figure out ways that you can get the point across and not take forever to do it. And you got to be able to do it in as few frames as possible, and in a efficient way. So instead of redrawing the entire frame, I just copied another one and, just moved a couple of assets around. But I don't do that all the time. I try to avoid it when I can. Okay. So right now I'm kind of drawing her buckle thing for her briefcase. So the whole point of this part was when I was watching the original cartoon here, she kind of already had her gloves on and all of the stuff she needed for a uniform. But it was kind of like, there's no setup, man. These cartoons have got to have setup. So I had to draw her putting on her stuff, getting ambushed by someone who she'd want to hammer kick in the end. And who better to hammer kick than her arch nemesis? A little weird cartoonish Russian guy with sunglasses and a winter hat. Hey, Naylan. Thank you. Thank you very much. This didn't exactly, didn't exactly, pan out the way I originally envisioned. I wasn't going to put anybody in there. But, here we are, Let me draw this out. It absolutely is cutting corners. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. That's 100% what it is. But cutting corners is not by itself a bad thing. You got to know where to cut them. If you cut absolutely no corners at all, I don't know, man. You got to know where to cut them. Everyone cuts corners. How's the music? Still going? Good. Elian, I don't know, man. DeviantArt's weird. It's too weird for me. Okay, actually, hang on. What would be this one here? I mean, I used to be on DeviantArt. Let's see. Here we go. So, DeviantArt's very niche community. And if I'm being totally honest, I don't know. I'm trying to I don't maybe navigate social media as much as I should. Let's see. 1 second. Yeah. Alright, here we go. No offense to those who use DeviantArt. It's just it's not really my thing. Thing is, DeviantArt's been overtaken by um, very what's the word I'm looking for? Um, Peculiar individuals, and I feel like um, a lot of AI artwork gets uploaded there. That's true of other that's true of other websites too, but I feel like it's particularly a problem there. AI has become a huge thing over on here. Okay. So I think that's fine. Yeah. Alright. So let's go to the next one. Chilivera, let me see your comment there. Like with cutting corners, I feel like it's more like cutting whole segments or a sudden change in animation quality. I think it's where you're cheating the camera. I think at that point we're kind of splitting hairs with the definition. But I guess I can get to see your point. When you say like you're cutting corners, it has a more negative connotation to it. I guess I can concede that. Um, yeah. So I still think the term cutting corners in this case is correct. That is kind of what I'm doing. If I wanted to do it the purest way, I would absolutely be drawing it all out. But um, yeah, I guess I could see that. I still think the term that I'm using, cutting corners, is um, not necessarily a bad thing. I think the problem with cutting corners is people choose to do it in ways that are way too noticeable. A good a good a person who knows what they're doing will cut corners in places where people won't notice. It's like being a magician. You know what I mean? Oops. Alright, hang on. In the end, we are all kind of working to fool your eye. Or to please it. Depending on how you want to look at it. Let's see. So let's go ahead and include here. Okay. Let's see. I shouldn't be talking so much. I'm just doing the keys here because I'm not gonna do every drawing here myself. I'm gonna hand it off to my animator and he'll take care of it. I gotta give him all the keys though. If I don't do that, I'm making his job harder. Alright, this needs to be labeled as a key. Yep, here we go. There we go. Cool. So let's go add a little bit of curve to that phone. Alright. I'm not going ham on this thumb. There we go. Alien. Let me answer your questions. I'm sorry. And this scene you're making looks new to me, like it's gonna be part of the animation. Yes, yes, it is. This is actually the intro. I was mentioning it earlier when I was watching the cartoon before. Excuse me. She already had her kind of gloves and uniform on, and I wanted to show why the hell she would put that stuff on. Like, why would all that stuff be over her lawyer uniform? I kind of screwed myself over there because I wasn't originally going to do that, but because I decided to put her gloves on over her lawyer uniform, I thought that was like weird. So it's like, why would she do that? Um, the button she's pressing, it just unlocks her briefcase. So here, let me show you. So there's the briefcase in question, right? It's all like right here, right? So she shows us her briefcase, right? And then it bleeds into her putting on her uniform. Opens her briefcase, fsha, fsha, fsha. Now, what I love about all this is the fact that the Winter Hat Warriors don't actually do anything to stop her from putting on her uniform. They're just like, yeah, dude, do what you gotta do. We'll come at you at your peak. All right. So, let's keep going. Oops. Wrong button. Let's turn that off. Let's take one more pass at this one. This one's technically okay, but I'm gonna cut the guy a little bit of slack. So rotating. Try to say it that way. Rotating your canvas is pretty damn important. That's something that they don't harp on too much. You try to draw things upside down. I have a hard enough time drawing things right side up. So try to utilize rotating your drawings so that way you can draw things as you know them. And you know what? Your eye knows how things look right side up. So if you try to draw things upside down, it can look a little funky. So always try to rotate your camera to make the image right side up in some fashion. It'll improve your drawings tremendously. When you gotta draw things upside down, at least, because I had to draw a lot of things upside down, and I make a lot of mistakes that way. Alright, cool. Looks pretty good. Alright, let me do one more here. So I don't need to worry about getting her hand totally accurate. The shape looks pretty dang okay to me, so I don't gotta mess with it too much. But let me go ahead and take one more pass here. So a trick I'm kind of picking up on is that these two fingers, the middle and the ring, often get linked together for hand poses. So I often am just merging them together. and it usually works pretty dang okay. I'm not terrible at drawing hands. I'm getting better. But they're a very expressive part of the body, and I feel like a lot of my drawings in particular need to have some more of that. So much personality is getting lost by not drawing the hands right. Yeah, that was something I kind of just like looking at all the references that I'm looking at. It's like a lot of them do that too. They link those two fingers together, and so I tried doing it myself, and yeah, it usually works out pretty good. It works out. So I don't need to make this as long as it suggests it. You know? So great. There we go. Good. All right. I believe I have two more parts. So we're putting on her knee pad, and then we're going to be doing that with her glove. Okay. So let's keep going. All right. What was I looking at here? Look at the comments. I'm trying to pay my workers as good as I can. That's one thing that I am doing my absolute best on, is not screwing people out of pay. When I was doing the director thing, that was one of my goals, was making sure people feel like their time is not being wasted, and that they are being properly compensated. I would never cut corners there. I would for myself, and I did for myself, and I realized that was a mistake once. Um, Once I kind of realized, yo, man, I'm working for free. So that's another big one. Um, that's actually one of the big lessons I learned, was don't screw myself out of money. But I was glad everybody got paid. Okay. Let's see. My friend also brought up AI art, and I hate AI art as a preference, as an artist, or I'd like to see myself as an artist. Well, I mean, do you draw? I mean, if you draw and you have that kind of, and you kind of have that drive, I'd say you are. Too many people think that being an artist means that you know, gotta be creating all that crazy, good-looking stuff. But we all start in the same place. So, um, I'd say if you make art, man, you're an artist. If you put in the effort, you're an artist. Oh yeah, that's all right. 3D art is like awesome. 3D sculpting and all that jazz. That takes a lot of work, man. I got a ton of respect for 3D. One of my good friends works exclusively in 3D. Her work is amazing. Um, I actually taught 3D animation for a bit. Let's see. I don't know. Her own catchphrase. I don't. I'm down with the idea. It's just I gotta find something organic that works for her. Um, Not everyone needs a catchphrase, you know. But I guess in that vein, that's kind of why I wanted to give her the no parking sign. Give her her own little thing. You know what I mean? It's a weird looking hand. Hold on. I'm gonna touch up the hand a little bit. Yeah, switch sides so I can do this one. All right. So right now, I am studying my own hand. Give me 1 second. So this knuckle feeds into that. Comes down. This kind of comes there. 1 sec, guys. I'm just trying to fix this. I don't like her hand looks okay, but there was something about it that wasn't quite working. So that's over. Alright. So that's a big part of drawing that a lot of newcomers seem to forget, is that a lot of what we draw, sorry, I'm trying to focus on my hand. A lot of what we draw from our is from so drawing is an exercise in observation. So if you try to draw things from imagination all the time, it's like, okay, here's what I'm saying. Now that I'm not focused too much. When we draw, we're copying what our eyes see. All right. We're trying to replicate what we see on paper, on canvas, or whatever, putting our own little spin on it. But what that means is it's an observational thing. You need to have a good eye to draw properly. So when you try to draw from imagination, you're not drawing from your eye, you're drawing from your brain. And if you're trying to draw from just your brain exclusively, you're drawing from memory, and you're drawing from its intuition. You're testing your knowledge about what it is you have seen. In this case, a hand. When I was drawing a hand from imagination, you could see like the basic blocks that were there. It looks kind of like a hand, but there were still some things we could have done to improve it. So that's a more believable looking hand. Oh, hey, JCR. Thank you so much. Yeah, I haven't seen you around in a while, man. Where have you been? Yeah, I haven't seen you in the Discord. I haven't seen you kind of... Thank you so much for this, man. Thank you so much. This will very much be going towards my caffeine or nicotine addiction. But it's all for morale. Thank you very much. But yeah, man, where have you been? Things have been not so quiet in the Discord, but I have noticed I haven't talked to you in a bit. Chilavera. Yeah, man. If you see it, say something. And if your friends belittle you for your views on AI art, don't take it personally. If you don't draw, they don't see the real problem with this. If they don't create, they don't see the problem. So try not to take it personally. But I would also try to find ways to circumvent this trend. It's not going anywhere. JCR, okay. Yeah, man. You gotta be focusing on you, man. Absolutely. If you gotta take time away for your own mental health, absolutely. You very much made the right call, man. And I hope you're feeling okay. You just reminded me though. Give me 1 second. Okay, it's a good thing I drew this. I'm gonna actually copy this whole hand. One sec, guys. I gotta do something really quick. Give me 1 sec. All right, I'm back. All right. Let me see. What questions do I got here? Yeah, I get it, JCR. Like, you know, I know what the burnout feels like. That's why it's important to take breaks, man. You got to go out, do things that you like. You can't just be too immersed in artwork all the time. Actually, I'm gonna get different music going on for you guys. All right. Yeah, I mean, Chalavera, you get you get a good sense of what you've learned and what you've how you've developed through your artwork. That's the thing about AI. It's you might make something pretty. You might make something that looks, you know, okay. But in the end, until they find a way to make AI art, how do I say this? Until someone can find a way to creatively implement AI art, it's never gonna be yours, you know? There's none of you in it. That's the thing, man. Like artwork should be, you know, it's the artwork is about like the artist, man, and how they apply things, how they interpret things. AI is how a computer interprets it. Mark my words, man. Like AI might be a thing right now, but in the end, it is genuinely not a human thing. It's slop, you know? People are gonna really pick up on that going forward. And they're gonna pick up on it in probably the worst way. It's gonna lead to depression and cynicism. Because if AI art takes over our, you know, collective, you know, creative consciousness. It really is the complete abandonment of humanity, creativity. We might, a lot of people might, you know, be very critical of art, but in the end, artwork is human creation. We need that stuff. If anyone tells you artwork is not important, they don't know what they're talking about. All things like, you know, music, movies. Like, it's stuff that they use every day. And if a robot starts to do it all, that's it, man. There is no point to art at that point. It's not artwork. It's just a render. Not even a render. It's a goddamn, what is it? I'd call it a generation, you know? It's not art. And I'm not being like one of the main criticisms I hear from those AI bros is like, what are you, like, being an artistic gatekeeper? Like, you don't get to determine what makes, you know, art. You're um you're gatekeeping against those of us that don't, that you know, that don't want to use like a pencil and paper. And you know, you use computers anyway for when you make your stuff, so why can't I use computers for mine? Here's the key difference, man. Like, what I'm doing right here on a computer, yes, it's on a computer. If I were to stop right now and pick up a pencil and paper, yes, it would take me longer. All right, but I could do it. Now, what that means is I'm applying the same goddamn principles that I would apply on paper here on a computer. I don't need this computer. I sure as hell like the fact I have this computer. But if I wanted to, if there was like a power outage right now and I had no choice but to use paper and pencil to draw this out, I absolutely could. With AI people, like, you need that computer. You are a slave to it. Without that computer, you got nothing. No one should have to be a slave to their medium. And now, computer generated stuff being creatively applied somehow, I know I can't see how it would be done, but I think something like that is possible. I just don't know how. And I don't know how it can be done right now in a way that isn't harmful. But I'm not. I reject the idea of gatekeeping. Like, I'm being a gatekeeper against those people who don't know how to use a paper and a pencil. Bro, pick up a paper and a pencil. Like, dude, absolutely. Go for it, man. If you were to pick up a paper and pencil right now and start trying to learn, I'd be extremely welcoming. Be like, dude, absolutely. Join our community, man. Come draw with us. You know? In the end, we're all still learning. Do you think I know? You think I like know what I'm doing all the time? You know? There's people I look at online where it's like, God damn, I gotta learn how I gotta get on their level, you know? That's part of the game, man. But with AI art, again, See, that's the thing. I keep calling it fucking art. With AI generated images, you're not learning. You're helping the computer learn. AI can only make something vaguely passable. To create something of higher quality needs to be made with human intuition. I guess it depends on what your definition of vaguely passable is. I mean, in the end, it's a good looking image, I suppose. But I feel like the novelty wore off. We all can kind of like tell which ones are AI and which ones are not. However, AI is learning quickly. I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys have noticed how much it has evolved. The time's coming when we might not be able to tell the goddamn difference. Nailing, it's just lazy people with no imagination. Uh, I kind of agree. Um, lazy people. Um, I agree with the lazy. I agree that there are lazy people with no imagination that use AI art because I've seen lazy people with no imagination try to create human art. So you'll find that everywhere. That in part is true. But to me, the more dangerous part of that isn't the lazy person, it's the ambitious person who wants to exploit this. So they know how to utilize their intuition and skills to use this to their advantage and push people out. They're the ones I'm more concerned about, not the lazy people with no imagination. It's the ones with imagination that freak me out. Let's see. The intro for Secret Invasion was AI generated. Yeah, totally. Chalavera, in a way I disagree with Nateland. Oh yeah, no imagination. They do have it. They're just too lazy to realize it. I guess that's true too. You know, that's kind of in line with what I was saying. I agree with that. They're um, they don't have they have the ambition, they have the stories, and they have the ideas. They just don't want to go through the process of learning how to bring them to life without taking major shortcuts. All right. Uh, I am desired as well, making avatars. Uh, wait, Salman, Salman, you like AI? Huh? Interesting. Silly lasagna. That I mean, you let's see. I write a prompt about the design I want, throw it in AI to see what it spits out, then go on my merry way and make my own thing. Um, is that something you do? Alien. Let's see. If a fan makes a 3D printed statue of display of your shield as a tribute, would you be okay with it? Um, yeah, I'd be okay with it. The thing is, I would need to see the design. Because I'm not pointing any fingers. I've seen a few people do it. When they work on the one that I designed, for me, like I've already kind of hit a balancing act with like the physical attributes. Some people go too far over, and I'm sure y'all know what I'm talking about. So if you wanted to do a 3D print, you would need to show me what you've done first. Otherwise, like if you put it out there and say you did it, I'm not going to acknowledge it. Um, I I don't like when people do that with my version and turn it into a like you know a fetishistic thing. Kind of bums me out and ruins my day. So um, if you want to do that, just show me your render first. so I can at least have some input and let you know if you're going too far over. Um, let's see. Random side. Let's see. Random side topic. A friend of mine gave me 2 little OCs, and oh, hey, nice man. Show us what you got later. Alistair, yeah, we were talking about AI for a bit. Yeah, silly lasagna. They do want the prestige of being an artist without the work. Not to say artwork, not to say being an artist is prestigious necessarily, but they want like the glamour, I guess. I don't, or like the fucking prestige again is the word I was gonna use. You know, that reminds me. Um, when I was younger, my uncle. Fuck. I can't tell the story. Never mind. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have talked with my uncle. Never mind. You'll have to listen to this story later. Sorry, guys. Yeah, Alien. That's my main criteria, man. As long as they send me the render first, so I can see what they do. They could do whatever they want. Silly lasagna. Let's see. I mean, if that's what you're gonna do, you know, I can't really. I mean, hey, man, like that's you. You do your thing, man. To me, though, I couldn't do that. Not me. But if it works for you and you're able to get some stuff made by your own hand and you need AI to spur you on, hey, you know. In the end, AI is a tool, man. That's kind of the way I'm starting to feel about it. Is like it's here, man. It's a tool. How can we utilize it in a healthy manner? And I'm not really a good judge on that yet because AI is still so new. So hey, maybe you're onto something. Oh shit, hang on. All right, here we go. Voice filters. I am against them. I think it's a terrible thing. If it were me, and I'm not pointing fingers at you, Alistair. In the end, you can do whatever you want to do. You don't got to listen to anyone. You do whatever you feel is the good thing. If it were me personally, I wouldn't do it. I think voice replication AI used for projects is a slap in the face to voice actors out there that you could hire. Um, so that's my personal take. But again, you can do whatever it is you want to do, man. There ain't no one there ain't no one out there who could tell you how to do your thing. The only one who could really tell you how to do your thing is your audience. If your audience catches on that you're using AI and they don't like it, and as a result you lose viewers, hey man, you did what you wanted, and um, you know, you suffered the consequences. So, you know, you do you, man. I say personally just don't use them at all. Voice filters. I mean, if you're doing it for fun, like family stuff, like if you're just doing something dumb for like, um, for fun, I mean, that's different. I, but if you start using it in your work, man, think about the people who could have done the job. Find yourself a decent person who can probably do that voice. They're out there, man. Just gotta find them. All right. Get off the. I'm gonna stop talking so much. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get on a goddamn soapbox and I can't get off. Let's see. What have I done? Okay. I think my person can work with this. Here, guys, you got to give me like 10 minutes. I am going to import my I'm gonna import my animator's drawings, and I want you guys to be the judge and how they look. So give me like 10 minutes. I'm gonna download this stuff, import it, and see what you guys think. Give me 1 second. Actually, keep talking while I'm doing this. I gotta have this closed up so that way you guys don't get a view um into my desktop. Give me 1 second. Shit. Okay, so let's get rid of that. One sec, guys. I'm just navigating a bunch of files at the moment. Right here. Perfect. All right, so let's drag this. Just drag here. All right. I think this is the right one. All right, cool. So let's get rid of this. Make sure I got the right one open. All right. All right, cool. All right. So, all right, I'm ready. So, here is the test that I had my animator do. All right. So this is so all the ones that are marked test are my animator. Looks pretty damn close, I'd say. I don't know about you guys, but if I didn't tell you that I didn't draw these, or if I, if I didn't draw these, what am I trying to say? If I didn't know any better, I would have said I drew these. These look pretty damn close to what I did. Like, he damn near exactly replicated my style. So I'm gonna hand. I do have one little mistake there, but that's not a big deal. Um, so yeah, I like it. So that's what I'm doing right now. Is I'm giving him a bunch of keys, so that way he has as much reference as possible, so that way he can animate these as close as possible. So that's why I was doing all them rougher drawings to give him some closer looking tie downs. I thought he did outstanding. So let me go ahead and draw these out, and then I'm gonna save this and hand it off to him. And then today, my plan is to start coloring in the main section. So while he's animating this, I can color. So then once we move on to the coloring and the shading, I can actually enlist him to help out with that as well. Cuts my work in half. I don't think he's watched any of my streams. I found him on a Toon Boom Discord, and I actually worked with him briefly on my other project. But damn, like his animation work is great. I've seen his reel, but I was mostly concerned like if he can draw on model, and he like Jesus Christ, he was close. All right, let me get this going. Music. The music okay for you guys? That a little better? All right. Take a break. All right. Let me get to work here. Let's see. So 7.5. All right. Let's see. Guessing game. Not really. You mean like a guessing game for which ones like I drew? I guess that could be kind of fun. Nayland, talking like for animation or like drawing in general? I guess I got a couple of tips for both. I guess if you're starting out drawing in general, let's see. I guess there's one tip I could give you. It's try not to get too hung up on drawing like pretty looking stuff, man. Get messy and try observational drawing and make that a habit. Because I mentioned this earlier, all drawing is observational in nature. Just try to get it in your brain that you're trying to recreate what you see. Don't get too hung up on your imagination yet. That will come. When it comes to animation, start off by watching a lot of movies. See how the different styles that come up. And then I say just start small, man. Don't try to take on projects or assignments that are just advanced that you might want to do. You got to learn the principles, learn what they are, and then learn how to use them or how not to use them. It's up to you. I had not seen the new Superman movie yet. That hero, have you do you hear the music now? I turned it up a little bit because I guess it was a little quiet. I have the music turned down so I can't actually hear it, because if I have the music turned up, then you guys gonna get echo, and that would suck. So I kind of have to take your guys' word for it. The darn woke liberal superhero movie. I hate that term. I hate the term woke. I'm sorry, that's one of my pet peeves. I think that is the dumbest, most, cop-out criticism that anyone can utilize in today's day and age. Honestly, when I hear someone use the term woke, I kind of disregard everything that they say. Now, I haven't... Yeah. Yeah, I want to go see the movie too. I've seen a lot of people say that it is quote unquote woke. And that makes me want to go see it more. Because when people who use the term woke criticize a movie, I think it's doing something right. Alright, let's see. Let's see. So yeah, go do your thing, man. And if anyone here wants to go see, Lasagna draw, go check them out. Leave a link. Oh yeah, Chalavera, that's a good one. But it's a little more advanced. I would say, stick to easy stuff first. But just like drawing, you want to utilize reference for these things. I would say it's just one little correction. This isn't my drawing, this is the other guy's drawing. Good. Yeah, they fucking brought in Crypto the Super Dog. How fucking cool is that, man? Alright, so since we're going into in-betweens and breakdowns, I can get a little less Get a little less exacting about it. Yeah, I saw Ben Shapiro didn't like the Superman movie. So now I have to go see it. I hate that little elf. Little evil goddamn prick. I used to listen to that guy all the time. Now I hate him. I hate him so much. Yeah, man. Hit me. Chances are, I think I might have seen that at some point. The guy hates on rap, but then goes in a rap video with some artist that no one who's ever listened to rap actually has heard of. What the hell was the dude's name? That white dude? It was some crazy, weird name. And I told my wife, like, yo, you ever heard of this guy? His name is, like, something or other. I don't remember what his name was. She's just like, who the fuck is that? My wife's very into rap. And R&B, hip-hop, that kind of stuff. She's never heard of him. So naturally, it makes sense. It makes sense for Shapiro to hook up with a guy that literally no one who likes rap has heard of. Animation Crypto is Superman's pet dog. Yeah, I know who Crypto is. It's just kind of cool that they brought him to the big screen. Like, bro, he's a super dog, for Christ's sake. That's awesome. DC needed a little bit of levity. I liked Henry Cavill's Superman, but I feel like the DC EU was taking itself very seriously. So I thought that maybe lightening things up in its own DC flavor without trying to be Marvel was a good call. Tom McDonald. Yeah, who the fuck is Tom McDonald? No, like, I don't even know. What? Jesus. What the fuck kind of name is Tom McDonald anyway? For a rap name. Elian, yeah, totally, man. If you want to see a work in progress video, you can go on my Patreon. I'll leave a link right here for you guys, actually. I post works in progress for this quite regularly. I really don't charge a whole lot. Like $1 a month, really. I'm going to go ahead and pin it up there. Yeah, I didn't know Tom McDonald before, but I sure as hell did after that music video. And basically anyone who associates with Ben Shapiro in my book, you can't trust him. You just can't. Ben Shapiro is evil. I'm gonna say straight up right now, Ben Shapiro is evil. He's not capable of empathy. He's not capable of decency. Um, he basically would walk over your dying corpse in the street. He's one of those kind of people. He might feign like being one of the, one of us, like one of the blue collar people, but he's not. He came from money. He couldn't make it in Hollywood as a screenwriter, so he made his own company, or he helped form his own company that makes subpar shit, and then says the reason that no one watches him is because, the liberal left's out to get him. Like, instead of the fact that what he chooses to make and the things that he produces are blatantly disgusting. And just frankly not good in general. I think he's just all the stuff that the Daily Wire's put out so far has been, even if it wasn't for the blatantly obvious political, we're definitely not being political messaging, it's just not good. He doesn't make any good. His company doesn't make anything good. They suck. They act like they're being all edgy and like whatever, and like, taking brave steps for the conservative, artists and whatever, but they don't do anything new. They don't do anything brave. They don't ask any serious questions. They don't do anything that would result in any form of self-reflection. They're frauds, man. I used to believe their shit so much, man. If you would talk to me you talked to me 5 years ago when I got out of the Marine Corps, I was all up in that goddamn Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro bullshit. That was military leftovers of me not using my brain in an analytical way. I did use my brain in the military in different ways. It's alright, Chalavera. Honestly, it's not one of those things where it's like you have to, man. That's why I stream for everybody else here. Like, if you want to come support me just watching my streams, you'll see a work in progress that way. So, don't sweat, man. It's sort of like, hey, if getting a Patreon or if subscribing to a Patreon just isn't in the cards right now, if you want to support me like through this, like that's completely cool, man. Like, I'd like to show works in progress to those who show up for these things. 100%. So don't sweat it, man. Yeah, dude. Matt Walsh, who are the other guys? Ron Clavin, Alex Jones. You can't trust them. They're like Donald Trump in a lot of ways. They say these things to speak to the anger and the cynicism that we all feel. We all are angry at something, but they don't offer solutions to the problem. They are the problem. They are part of the problem, but act like they're, fanning the flames is the solution. You can't trust them. They're not in it for you. They're out to make money on your anger. I realized that a little later when Afghanistan started to fall. I talked to a vet who was in Vietnam back in the day, and talked to him about all of this, and he kind of opened my mind that like all the things that we're blaming on Biden was more of an institutional thing. Biden, yes, was part of the problem, but he's part of a wider problem. Anyone that tells you it was specifically Biden that caused all this is selling you something. And that's when I was like, well, that's where I get my information from. That's who they're saying the problem is. And that's when I kind of started to really realize that I'm being sold something. But yeah, grifters, man. I fucking can't stand grifters, man. Like, they don't make your day any better. If you dropped a grifter channel from your feed, honestly, your day gets that much brighter. Yeah, things are not all peachy, but damn, man, there's some pretty good stuff out there too, man. Like cartoons. Mr. Bertram. Yeah, isn't he part of like a bunch of gay fan art now? With what was the other guy's name? The New Norm? Yeah, the thing is they're against cancel culture, quote unquote, but dude, they'll cancel you the second that you speak out against them, man. I'm no fan of Candace Owens, but look at her, man. The second she spoke out about Israel, they booted her ass immediately. So they're all about not being canceled for their views, but they can do it for you. You know what I mean? Good for me and not for thee. All right, let's see. So that first part's good. I could probably hand that off to. I could probably hand that off to him. Let's see. Oh yeah, remember when they thought they were gonna bring back that one chick? What was her name? The one who was in fucking The Mandalorian. What was her name? Acting like they're gonna save her career and whatever. She's over there saying that being like, you know, locked down during COVID is like being in a ghetto in the 40s. That was stupid. Gina Carano, that's her name. She's an idiot. Alright. Let's see. Oh, hang on a minute. Something's missing. Yeah, there's a drawing missing. Alright, one sec. Yeah, is Andor any good? I've heard it's decent. I know season one was pretty good. Yeah, those Star Wars shows. I haven't watched them. I did watch a little bit of Obi-Wan, but I dropped off. I didn't think it was that good. But I've heard Andor's pretty damn good. All right, here we go. I'm almost there. All right, Frick Colombiano. Hey man, thanks for coming. Real talk, guys. I might need to go take a break here in a minute. I've been drawing for a while, but we are pretty close to done here. Hold on. Something got lost here. Hold on. Not here too. God damn it, are you serious? Whoops. Alright, let me do a quick rectification. Oops. Yeah, I drew this one already, but I'll do it again. Good thing I didn't draw that all from scratch. Alright, yeah, I'm just not drawing. I'm just copying this part over again. Went on a whole spiel about this frame earlier, and yet somehow I lost it. Let's see. Let's bring that back up. Do some this again. Okay, so let's fix this. This sucks because I had it all figured out earlier, but I just gotta do it all over again. Well, that's the way she goes, bud. There we go. Cool. Alright, let's see how that looks in motion. Boom. We did this one already. Alright, let's keep going. One drawing at a time. Excuse me. Let's see. This one's gonna need to by like 25. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go. Yes. Not 20. Fuck. Is this the right brush? I think so. Let's see. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Why am I talking so much? I'm just trying to focus on my drawing. Yeah. Alien, yeah, this is a little design that I came up with, the logo. But I figured it'd be fun to put it on a little briefcase. Add our own little, spin to it. Guys, I might need to take a break in a second. I've been drawing for a bit, Good to take breaks. So, give me like 10 minutes, and I'll be back. I'm just gonna take 10, get some air, drink some water, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to eat something. I skipped breakfast again. Get these last few drawings done, and then I'll excuse me, then I'll hand them off. Yellow. So what was it? 35. All right. This one. Let's see. Hey guys, I think I'm gonna go silent for a bit and just listen to some music. If that's okay. I might have talked too much before, but if you guys start asking a lot of questions in the chat, I'll turn it back on again. But for now, I'm gonna just go quiet. All right. But I'll still be here. Got like onesies and twosies questions. I'll type out the response. All right. So I'm actually done with this section. Alien, if you want to see that, if you come back in like, I don't know, I'd say 20 minutes, because I'm done with this. I'm done with this section. I need to hand it off to my animator now. So I'm gonna drop this in a bunch of like folders that you guys don't need to see. Um, and once that's all squared away, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna start coloring the main section. So time right now is 12:46 p.m. Pacific time, so all 46s, I imagine, wherever you are. Come back at the top of the hour, and I will be, I'll be back. So come back in about 15 minutes, and I will be back. All right, I'm gonna be shutting off the music and the voice for a minute. All right. Actually, I'll keep the music going just to let folks know I'm still here. All right. So sorry, I was getting some logistical stuff handled. Ugh. Damn. Okay, desk. Low key sucks. All right. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna start coloring. So I gotta import some stuff. So it might be a couple of minutes before I can actually start seeing any significant, changes or whatever. All right. I might need to pause this for a minute, but I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Now for the fun stuff. And I say that very much sarcastically. Shoot. Actually, not shoot. We're okay. All right, so I'm gonna be doing some coloring. I'm not really a huge fan of this part, but it's one of the major steps to the end. After this, I got shading. Then after that, we're pretty much off to the races. We're just polishing this thing up and getting it looking pretty. But luckily, I've got help this time, so it won't all be by myself. So what the fuck? Why is there a random color art there? All right. Not bad. All right. Yeah, Red She-Hulk, man. Everyone's been asking to see that. I just gotta figure out Red Harpy first because I wanna mix up the two, Red Harpy and Red She-Hulk. Make it one sort of character. Basically, I want my Red Harpy to or my Red She-Hulk to be heavily influenced by my Red Harpy. All right, so hang on a sec. I'm just getting all the line work kind of squared away. The fuck? Whatever, I'll fix this. All right. These all should not be in this sublayer. 1 second. Gotta do some corrections. That's why we're here. These should not be. So there's 4 sublayers within each layer in Toon Boom. So where my cursor's going over here, you got the overlay, you got the line work, color, and underline. Unfortunately, I put some of these on the overlay, so I gotta take them out and put them where they belong. And the only ones that, now you know what, right here I could take this. Yeah, it's at some point I ended up switching layers. My mistake. Let's see. All right. So everything should be the same color now. Just to make sure though, let's make it some weird color and see if anything changes. So there's one thing I gotta do here. I gotta do one thing before I go too far. Okay, so here I can do this. Sorry, I gotta do a little bit of correctional work. If I start coloring before these things are squared away, I'm just kind of setting myself up for a lot of headache later. So if I knock these out now, I don't have to worry about it. Let's see. So basically, I'm separating the glasses and the head, so that way I can put in the lens that will actually affect the skin beneath. Oops. I don't really know how to explain it too well right now without going too far into the weeds, so I won't. In fact, I'm probably going to stop talking. I'll be here if you guys have any questions.